Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the Over-50s Cricket World Cup. Today we have a fixture here at Pinelands Cricket Club where Australia are taking on Namibia. Ken for Joseph bowling first delivery of the game. It was Australia that won the toss and elected to bat first. This is the game that will determine 13th and 14th place in the tournament. And it is our final round of fixtures. First runs on the board now for Australia, as that one has just gone a little bit wider than he would have liked. Namibia are coming into this game without a victory in the World Cup yet. They would be looking for their very first victory, and a very sort of morale boosting victory as well if they can get a win over Australia. Australia probably underperforming in this tournament, and really wouldn't have wanted to be playing this fixture specifically when the tournament started. But with the whole reshuffle of their squad, they haven't managed to pick up the results that they needed. And these teams both losing their playoff match that would have seen them play for 11th place. It was Australia that lost to Wales 2 days ago. And Namibia lost their fixture against not sure, I need to double check on that one. That's really good bowling from Ken for Joseph. Taking the new ball, getting a bit of extra bounce. That is the end of the first over, and Australia find themselves one without loss. It was Canada that Namibia lost to in the fixture that was played on Friday. There's a nice breeze coming across the ground. We are in the beautiful city of Cape Town, and I'm so relieved and so happy that we managed to get through the full tournament, as the 2020 edition was brought to an abrupt halt because of the COVID-19 pandemic. So we have reached the latter phases of the tournament. The final being played tomorrow at the iconic Newlands Cricket Ground, and that will be contested between the old foe, South Africa, taking on England. So those two have met in the group stages already. England came out on top in what was quite a nail-biting fixture, so we're setting up for what's going to be a brilliant conclusion to this tournament. So Australia will be looking to get some bat on ball, some early runs on the board, just get that confidence up. Haven't really had any outstanding performances there. The real standout performance was against Zimbabwe, where they won very comfortably by 8 wickets. Other than that, they have really struggled. So this one just flicked into the leg side. It is Louis Nokia coming in now from the commentary end. And, just bowling another wide. Namibia will be wanting to give Australia as few runs as possible. Nokia just looks like he's struggling to find his line. There's a chase on now to the fine leg boundary. And they managed to go through for 3 runs on top of the wide. So just leaking a few runs here is Nokia. There's Anthony Barranca, the left-hander, opening today with Mace. Just 1 ball remaining in the over. Once again, just straying down leg side, and keeper not managing to gather, so they've gone through for a single on top of the wide. It's turning out to be a very long over here. Just the 1 run off the bat. The rest has all been wides, and there's another one. Goodness me, it's a wild over here from Nokia. Hands on hip stuff. And when you are a bowler and it's just not working out, it can get so frustrating. This will be ball number 11 for the over. And that is it. Over up. Australia 13 without loss. So a rather expensive over there, second up for Namibia. Again, for Joseph, has been one of their more impressive players throughout the tournament, and they'll be looking to him for a possible breakthrough. Seen with this Australian batting lineup, as soon as they do get partnerships together, they are capable of scoring runs. But throughout the tournament, just managing to lose wickets consistently, and if Namibia can take 10 wicket taking balls, it's game on. Joseph on the money there. This one swung out into the leg side. And it has gone to the boundary for 4. So a first real shot in aggression from Barranca. Really hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. This one just deft hands, just running it down to that fielder that's also quite close in the inner ring. There's Joseph to continue with his over. Really well bowled there. Obviously this left-hand right-hand combination, one that's quite well spoken of in cricket, in that does disrupt the bowler's lines and lengths throughout the over, especially if there's constant rotation of strike. This one just being sort of guided, and a really good effort. So put in a bit of a dive to ensure that the ball does not go past. You're seeing a few clouds in the sky, and there's word that there might be a bit of rain later on today. Hopefully we do get a full game in. This time he's rocked back and cut this into the offside. He is cover out on that sweeper boundary though. And that is the end of over number 3. Score is 19 without loss. Just seems to be a slight little delay in proceedings as we have it. Saw the umpire stumbling on whatever, like sort of mound or like sort of, there's like a little bump there, and they do seem to be calling on the groundsman to come and have a look and try and fix it. Just seem to be concerned about safety. Not too sure what the situation is, what can be done or what needs to be done here, but groundsman's getting himself a jog on. Did see the umpire stumbling a little bit just now when trying to signal that 4. As we do have a bit of a delay in proceedings, we will be back in a few with commentary. And it seems as though all has been sorted out and rectified. Umpires are happy with the conditions of the surface to continue play. It is Nokia to continue now. Mace just working that into the leg side. It's another wide for Nokia. Really seemed to struggle so far today. And that's once again a wide. That's his 7th wide, and is in his 2nd over. So it's been a bit loose and all over the place, struggling with the left hand right hand combination as well. A much better delivery there, bringing Barranca forward onto the front foot. This one's driven with real power. It's a full toss and pretty much a freebie. And that is 4 more runs to the total. Barranca not going to miss out on that one. Been another really long over, but it has come to an end now. Australia, after 4 overs, 29 without loss. Umpires calling for some jackets. It is a cool breeze that's coming across the ground. Again for Joseph to continue. This one cut into the offside, work on the boundary to do. Fielder has come around. They considered a second, but some very good work out in the deep. It restricts them to just the one. This one a bit shorter from Joseph, and feels like he's missed out there, has Barranca. Anything sort of square or behind square should race away to the boundary if he did connect. You will feel that he missed out. This one driven really nicely into the point region, just backward point. They come back for a second. Looking good so far for Australia. Got off to a really confident start with a bit of help from Nokia, who's bowled quite a few wides. It's all adding up. Ken Joseph has been one of the more consistent bowlers throughout the tournament for Namibia. This one pulled into the leg side, but straight to the fielder. And Joseph with a respectable over there, just the 3 runs coming from it. Score is 32 without loss. Does look like there's a change in bowling now. Unfortunately, Nokia just bowling a few too many wides for Captain van Schoo's liking. Does look like it might be Alexander Horn. I'm wrong, that does seem to be Erasmus. Francois Erasmus. Apologies, it's not Francois Erasmus. It is Trevor Britton that's coming into the attack now. Third time lucky. Britton into attack now. This one's short, pulled into the leg side, and one bounce to the boundary. There's a fielder out there that's relatively close to the ball, but is stretched to try and get to the ball and manage to, and didn't manage to cut it off. This one worked into the leg side. This one full and straight. He's had a big drive at it, and might even be considered lucky to get away with that. He's rocked back onto this, pulled it into the leg side. Fielder is out in the deep to come around and collect. Just not managing to find the boundary at the moment. It's already been an expensive over though. 7 runs coming from it. Have seen that this Australian side are good between the wickets and very fit side as well, so wouldn't be surprising to see them take a lot of singles, quick singles, not necessarily risky singles, but intensity between the wickets should be good. Mace just working that one into the leg side. That does conclude the over. 9 runs coming from it. Score is 41 without loss. It is Ken for Joseph to continue. So I'm being driven out into the offside. Ken for Joseph did get a sort of an honorary award from the Pakistan side, who were dishing out awards for sort of an outstanding player in their eyes. And Ken for Joseph did have a good game against Pakistan, and it was the job with the bat that he did that sort of stood out. This one flicked into the leg side. It's going to take a few bounces and cross the boundary rope. 4 more runs. At the moment, Australia are cruising. Joseph just a little expensive this over. Australia have now reached that 50 run mark, and this opening pair have reached a 50 run partnership as well. So pretty smooth sailing at the moment for Australia. Namibia need to tighten things up. It's a bit loose from the two openers. Bowled into the leg side. 4 runs. And this could be a big total if Namibia don't pull back. Just accumulate a few dot balls. It's the end of over number 7. Score is 55 without loss. Zadian. There's Britain to continue now. Went for 9 in his first over. He'll be looking to tighten things up. Really don't want Australia to be running away with this from the get-go. Just a reminder, these two nations are playing for 13th and 14th place at this Over-50s Cricket World Cup. Full and straight once again from Britain. This one full toss and has received the treatment. The chase on for the fielder, but the ball was always going to win that race. That's another 4-2 the total. That's exactly what Australia would have wanted. A nice positive start, early runs on the board. Unfortunately, Namibia just dishing up some real juicy full tosses. That is the end of over number 8. Score is 60 without loss. For Joseph to continue now. He's going into his 5th over. Final ball of the over, getting dispatched away to the boundary. Just too many loose deliveries at the moment from Namibia, and Australia getting off to an absolute flyer. It's 9 overs gone, 67 without loss. Britain to continue now. At the moment, it doesn't look like there's any threat whatsoever from this Namibian bowling lineup. They seem to have struggled. This one, huge appeal, and he's given him. Trevor Britton striking for Namibia, and it's a much needed breakthrough. Batsman just stepping across the line and getting hit plumb on the pad. So that is the first wicket for Namibia. I'll be very chuffed with that. So Namibia striking. Here's Trevor Britton that managed to take that wicket. New man to the crease is John Rankin, and he's coming in at 3 for Australia. There's been a really good platform laid down for him, and lots of overs remaining in the innings. So still lots of potential for big runs. You can even see here the enthusiasm out on the field. It's just lifted the spirits. Can one bring 2 for Namibia? Gone through for a single. A slight little fumble in the field. Time, full toss. Hit that, fielders come around, put in good effort. It's been real notable from this tournament that despite it being an over 50s tournament, lots of bodies being thrown around, bodies on the line, and that's all for your nation. So it's been really good to watch. runs stayed rather low. Would have been a very dangerous leave had it been a bit straighter. That is the end of the over, a successful one for Namibia. Score is now 70 for 1. We are 10 overs into this fixture. Is the playoff for the 13th position in this tournament. Australia will be quite disappointed that the tournament has gone the way it has for them, as just not managing to put together results, and losing to Wales in the sort of the semi-final for this section of the tournament. It was Canada that beat Namibia in their playoff game. So both of these teams basically playing for pride at this stage. It is a change in bowling now. There's now Alexander Horn coming into the attack from the far end.
Nice, Alex.
Quite a bit of excitement in the field. Swing and a miss from the new man at the crease. So they'll be looking to execute some pressure. That's a fantastic delivery. He's beaten the outside edge. Dragged him out onto the front foot. They've gone through for a quick single. It's been a good over so far. Wide ball signaled by the umpire. Once again, straying down leg side. All of the bowlers guilty of giving away wides. Was a really tidy over until the last two deliveries. This one tossed up, full toss driven. Zadian. That is the end of over number 11. Australia 76 for 1, going at a very strong run rate at the moment. Just under 7 to the over, setting themselves up for what could be a huge total. Britain to continue. Once again, it's another wide. That one's really taken off. Some extra bounce. This one pulled into the leg side. Would have taken a big effort to stop it. 4 more runs to the total. That one's been pulled with real authority as he now moves on to 43. He's done that in relatively quick time. He's done it off 37 deliveries. So inching closer to that half-century mark. Scampered through for a single. Nice, Davey! And this one's been hit down the ground. Real power. He has found the boundary once again. They jogged through for a single there. They have decided to come back for a second, taking on the arm of Joseph. And they get there in time. That's the end of over number 13. Score is now 89 for 1. We are getting ever closer to the drinks break. That's going to be at the 15 over mark. It's been a relatively slow first 13 overs. Got to do with that minor interruption where just a little bit of gardening needed to be done around the pitch. At the moment it is still Australia that are on top here. It's just been a few too many loose deliveries, a few too many extras from Namibia. Branca has now moved to that 49 run mark, so just one run away from 50. He's been superb. And he's gone through to get that 50 run mark. Half century. It's been a really good composed innings from him. He's managed to put away the bad ball and capitalize on some bad bowling, but he'll be looking to carry on and go as far into the innings as he can. So he knows that there will be a lot of runs around. Nice, Trevor! Trevor Britton beating the outside edge of the bat. Just giving Rankin a bit more to think about. This one full and straight. Had a huge drive at it, but not timing it as well as he would have liked. Final ball of the over, on the money again. So one of the more encouraging overs there from Trevor Britton. There was an over that saw Branca bring up that half century. So Australia 90 for 1 after 14. worked that one into the offside. This one rocked back. It's a brilliant shot, just muscled over. Horn just pitching that a little too short and getting punished for it. Just rocked back, pulled that into the leg side. Can see the flags in full flight. And this is for the final time in this tournament. It'll be both of these teams' final fixture. Real groan of frustration there from Horn. He just pushed that one down leg side. Another wide ball. Driven this one straight to the fielder. It's a big swing at this one. He's cleared the infield, but only just. Hasn't hit that nearly as sweetly as he wanted to, but timing it well enough. This one once again being hit down the ground, timed to perfection. That is a boundary to round out the over. Australia did reach the 100-run mark. So as we go into the first drinks break of the innings, it is Australia 105 for 1. They did win the toss and they elected to bat first. Ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. And we will continue our broadcast of this 13th and 14th place playoff game at the Over-50s Cricket World Cup, hosted in the city of Cape Town. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is Britain to continue from the commentary end. Namibia will be looking for a better session now. First 15, 100% in Australia's favour, and they'll be looking to stem the flow of runs. I won't want to be giving away as many wides as they have, too many loose deliveries. It is these two teams' 8th match of the tournament, so it has been a chock-a-block schedule, and by now the muscles will be a bit stiff and sore. It will take a little bit of extra warming up to loosen up the muscles. After 16 overs, the score is now 108 for 1. It's a good over there from Britain. Horn has been quite expensive. He's gone at nearly 10 to the over, so he'll be looking to just pull that back, drop that economy rate. There's a big appeal there, probably going down leg side. Umpire does signal the leg by. It's already a better over from Horn. That one was hit with some real power, but some good fielding to stop the ball. Very clean take. Has just kept it down to the 1. This one being hit down into the leg side. As Australia just keeping that scoreboard ticking, and they managed to survive the Nelson. That is the end of over number 17. Score 1-1-2 for 1. It's a shy attempt from the wicket-keeper and captain, as they do try and put a bit more pressure on the running between the wickets, but it's been good so far. Hasn't been any risky runs taken, but the singles have been taken regularly. That's a great drive. Fielder getting the foot in the way. They come back for another. Partnership also starting to approach that 50 run mark. Partnership of 48 currently between Rankin and Barranca. This one's cut out into the deep for another single. So just keeping the scoreboard ticking. It's exactly what Australia would have wanted, knowing very well that it's a good day to score runs. There's relatively big outfield, and outfield is quite slow, so lots of work to be done between the wickets. One ball remaining in the over. It's taken off once again, and keeper's missed it completely, so just waiting on the umpire. No signal whatsoever, so it'll go down as a run. That is the end of the over. 118 for 1. Just jogged through for a single. There's that middle over period where a lot of teams tend to just trickle along. Australia will be looking at a target of about 320, and the way to get there is to provide a bit of a launch pad for them in the final 10. So I do foresee a few slower overs coming through now. This one's gone through everything. It's a chase on for the fielder. And he does manage to reel it in as they come back for a third. Wide ball signaled by the umpire, so some more free runs for the Aussies as Namibia just a little too generous if they want to restrict this Australian side. This is a Namibian side that hasn't scored more than 118 in an innings, and that was in a 27 over game against finalists South Africa. So not really the run scoring machines. They've been struggling with the willow. Horn does get a bit of movement into the batsman. That does seem to be the end of the over. Just waiting on confirmation from our official scorers. This one's short, pulled away. Fielder is out on the boundary as they come back for a second. Trevor Britton, the only one to have taken a wicket so far today. He only has 9 deliveries remaining in his spell, so 9 deliveries to try and get another breakthrough for Namibia. This one pulled into the leg side. Fielder's there. Surprised that he didn't put in more of an effort. Ball was in the air for a while. Maybe just needed to be a bit more aggressive and attack the ball. But nevertheless, it is 20 overs gone. Score 132 for 1. Slight little misfield here. Chase on for the fielder. Come through for a third. Horn has been quite expensive in his 5.4 overs. It's one of his better overs that he's bowled now. Can he round out the over? He's guided this one down. Relatively good over there from Horn, just the 4 runs conceded. Score is now 137 for 1 after 21. It is Britain to continue. Little miscommunication in the middle. Could have spelt a bit of danger, but danger averted. They managed to get home safely. Once again, pulled into the leg side. Managed to do that well, have Australia. They've gone through 4 quick singles quite often. And they're just keeping the score ticking. It's already a big total that's being set up here, as they've moved on to 143 for 1 after 22. Just under the halfway mark. So on target to get a 300 run total at this stage. But are providing themselves a launch pad for the final few, and so they'll be looking at that 340, 350 mark if possible. Had a big swing at that, just straying down leg side again. So another wide to the wides tally. There's a really big wides tally that's going at the moment for Namibia. So they've also been contributing to this total. This partnership's moved on to 78. So after that early wicket of Mace, it's still been relatively smooth sailing. So I'm driven out into the offside. They do come back for a second. has a big appeal, but it did look like it's going down leg side. So there is a bit of swing on offer here for the bowlers. Big appeal, but the umpires decided that it's not out. With that single completing the over, scores moved on to 148 for 1. And it does look like there is a change in bowling. I do believe that might be Van Sale that's coming into the attack. Willie Van Sale, off spinner for Namibia. He has had a role to play with the ball throughout the tournament. So it's just been pulled into the leg side. So is he able to get the breakthrough that Namibia desperately need? First two balls have gone down leg side. So just straying a bit, but to no avail. 2 dot balls. Always rock back onto that. It's a slight misfield. It'll be frustrating because that's another free run. It's another dot ball. It's been a really good over. Should have just been the single in that previous delivery, but they managed to get 2. Then 1 ball left, advancing down the track but not connecting. So an encouraging over there from Willie Van Sale. Just 1 run coming from it, and that 1 run, the 2 runs, apologies, the 2 runs that did come from it brought up 150 for Australia. So 150 for 1. 24 overs gone. Alright, apologies for the slight break in commentary. It is 161 for 1 after 26 overs. Horn coming in for his final one now. He's gone for 57 in his first few. So he'll be looking to finish off strongly, quite possibly to get a breakthrough, get a wicket if he can. It's pulled into the leg side. Big fielding effort out on the boundary as they come back for a second. That partnership now moving on to 98. So cruising along here are these two batsmen as Barranca has moved on to 85. Just flicking this into the leg side. That's a really good shot and it's gone all the way. Now moving on to 89. Slight adjustment to the field now. That 100-run partnership has been reached now, so Barranca and Rankin just moving along, keeping Australia going here. And they're on for a really big total if they carry on. This one guided really well, timed so well. Ball very nearly reaching the boundary. She just dabbed at that one. And ball looked like it was going all the way. But that slow outfield, just slowing the ball, the momentum. And just getting 2 runs from it. 27 overs gone, 172 for 1. Funsale to continue. He's been very economical. His 2 overs just going for 6 runs so far. So a bit of discussion in the middle now as he looks to set his field with his captain. Funscore, the captain, had his work cut out for him. Can Funsale get that breakthrough? He's dropping his log on onto the fence. Sorry, left-hander. Long off onto the fence. There's 3 more overs until the next drinks break. Tossed this one up, driven it down the ground. Fielder's got some work to do as they come back for a second. They've been doing a lot of running between the wickets of these two batsmen. Barranca now moving on to 92. That's a big appeal from Funsale. Hopeful appeal. And it was quite enthusiastic from the Namibian unit as a whole, but umpire deciding that it is not out. Van Zyle's proven time and again he's not the easiest bowler to face. Finds a really nice length. He's been bowling well, especially to the left-hander. Bit of an adjustment to the field now that right-handed Rankin is on strike. Just straying down leg side. Another extra to the wides column. Good comeback there from Van Zyl. There's 2 overs remaining now before the drinks break. Alexander Horn completing his spell in his previous over, so ended up with figures of 0 for 68 in his 9. There's a change in bowling now. It is Isidore Titus coming into the attack now with the ball. First ball going down leg side. Not signalled wide by the umpire, so possibly coming off the pad. Clear call of no, making sure that nothing reckless happens. Absolutely criminal to get run out through a miscommunication. He's advanced down the track. They considered the second, or at least Rankin was looking for it, but choosing not to. Rankin's also moved along steadily. He's on to 40 now, off just 43 deliveries. Partner on the other end, 94 for 104. Really good effort at the point region. Managing to get low very quickly. Stop that one. Cuts it off. Square leg umpire standing at the point region. Very good over there from Titus. It is just the one run that's come from it. 179 for 1. And we're going into the final over before the second drinks break of this innings. It will be Van Sail to continue. He's gone for 12 in his 3 overs. He's going at 4 runs to the over, which is very good in the context of this innings where Australia have been so comfortable and so free-flowing in their run scoring. Just tossing that one up did Billy Van Sail. Not scared to give it a bit of flight. I think it's also what's made him so effective is his variation and what he's been able to do with the ball. It's a really good shot into the deep, reeled in by the fielder as they come through for a third. That's a full toss, and it's gone all the way to the boundary, and that moves him on to 99. It's just one shot, one run away from that 3-figure mark. Seen a few big hundreds in the tournament so far. It'd be great if he can get his name added to the list. Push that one down the ground. 100 runs as he comes back for a second. It's brilliant. Thoroughly deserving of it. He's managed to put away all of the bad balls and it's negated all the good ones. So handshakes all around, fist pumps all around, and that is the drinks break. So Australia now after 30 overs 189 for 1, so in absolute cruise control. This partnership now moving on to 122. Total. Good afternoon. Welcome back to this 13th and 14th place playoff match at the Over-50s Cricket World Cup. It is Australia taking on Namibia. Namibia put into the field by Australia, who won the toss and elected to bat. And it really has been all Australia so far. Score is 189 for 1. And Baranka moving on to 101 just before the break. So 15 overs remaining, and there is no more drinks break. So after this, it will all be on Namibia to chase. Australia with a really good foundation. I'm sure they'll be looking at 320 scoreline. They'll need to go at about 9 to the over to get there. But South Africa, Namibia have been a bit generous with their wides and extras that they've sort of given away. A few overthrows as well. So they'll look to tighten things up and just try and make sure that it's not an impossible target to chase. That's caught the outside edge. It's been a nervy one there for Rankin. He's also approaching his half-century landmark. But this is a Namibian side that have really struggled with a bat in the tournament. Haven't managed to score higher than 118. And that was against South Africa. South Africa are in the final, and they will be taking on England at Newlands tomorrow. So if you are around, tickets are free. So step in. And how often can you say you've been to go watch a World Cup final? It's going to be an absolute humdinger of a game. First one was really tight in the group stages between the two sides. And they will be fighting for that Over-50s Cricket World Cup trophy. We are at Pinelands Cricket Club today. It's been a good day for cricket. It's been a nice breeze coming across the ground. Partly cloudy skies, but it's nothing menacing around. Fun sale to continue now. Lots of movement going on in the field. Just trying to make sure that they have everything 100% correct. Rankin one strike away from his half-century. Rankin just advancing down the track. Seen both batsmen not shy to use their feet, especially to the spinners. Billy van Sale just going for the 1 run so far this over. It's been very tidy. This one's hit out to the car corner boundary. Didn't time that very well, but managed to catch enough of the willow to race away. So 4 more runs. This one driven out to the boundary. 200 up for Australia. That's come in 32 overs. So end of the 32nd, 200 for 1. It is Titus to continue. It's a good effort in the field. They've gone through for a second. This one driven out into the offside. Continuing to keep those runs ticking are Australia. Big hit. And it's gone all the way. Timed that one really well, bisecting the fielders, but it wouldn't have mattered as he managed to clear the fence anyway. That is the end of over number 33. Score is 2-1-2 for 1. Always lovely to see some of the supporters out and about. It has been a well supported Over-50s World Cup. Nice Sunday afternoon for the dad. Sale just straying down leg side, umpire having a look and deciding that it is an illegal delivery, so wide ball signaled. He's cut this one through the point region. You can see how the ball's hobbling along, a few bumps and divots in the ground, so not the quickest outfield by any stretch. Some good communication in the middle between the Aussie batsmen. They've made sure that don't do anything too careless, too reckless. Partnership has now gone to 151. It's been superb so far. Basically taken enough steps there to shake hands in the middle of the pitch, but eventually deciding to turn around. And it is wicket time. Barranca coming down the track. And it is the end of what's been a fantastic knock. And he does depart for 118 off 121 deliveries. As you can see, handshakes all around from the Namibian fielding unit. It's been a thoroughly enjoyable and entertaining innings. And won't be too upset that he's sort of gone out swinging. It's been a long tournament and it's a fantastic way to end the tournament for him. You can hear in the background the round of applause from the supporters, from the officials, as well as the dugout. New man coming to the crease. Brad Papotto. He's going in at 4 and he's got a fantastic base to work from with his team at 218 for 2. That wicket did break a partnership of 151 after the opening pair amassed 67. So it's been some good batting all round from the Australian batsmen. The top order haven't really given Namibia too much to work with. So 11 overs remaining. Still lots of time to bat. 66 deliveries. Over-50s to continue. So just to give you some updates from around the grounds here in Cape Town, we do have 5 other games running simultaneously, and there are all of our matches right from the 3rd, 4th playoff down to this 13th, 14th place playoff. In our 3rd and 4th place playoff, our losing semi-finalists USA taking on New Zealand. USA currently batting 35 overs in, have 138 for 3 on the board. Looking to grab themselves that 3rd spot on New Zealand and USA. The 5th, 6th place playoff is being played between Zimbabwe as well as Pakistan. Zimbabwe currently batting, and they are 157 for 5 after 34.5 overs. Some good running between the wickets for Australia, and just managing to keep the scoreboard ticking over. In our 9th and 10th place playoff in the tournament, it is Wales taking on West Indies. And that is a wicket. He's cut that one straight to the fielder. So 2-2-2, double Nelson has done the trick. That is the 3rd wicket to have fallen. So 1 brings 2 for Namibia, and the 2 in batsmen have been dismissed. So Rankin also amassing his half century and forming part of a brilliant partnership, of which both batsmen are now have earned their rest, and they're able to watch their team see out the final 10 overs. Score is 222 for 3 as Dawes comes to the crease to join his batting partner Papato. So Van Zyl to continue now after that wicket taking over. So 2 new batsmen at the crease. Can Namibia put a bit of a squeeze on now going into these final 10 overs? Willie van Zyl has been quite good. It's been pretty tricky to face and put away. Hasn't been as expensive as some of the other Namibian bowlers. That's a fantastic ball. It's an appeal, and wicketkeeper Van Schoor has had a look at the batsman, asking him what that might have hit on the way through. So Namibia is starting to gain a bit of momentum here. Let's rock back on this one, but hit it straight to the fielder. It's been a fantastic over so far. 4-dot balls. It's a full toss. Balls trickled through to the fielder. So they go through for a single. I don't think Namibia would mind singles as long as they're not disappearing to the boundary as often as they have been. That is a dot ball to finish off over number 38. Score is 234 for 3 with 8 overs remaining. How close will Australia get to that 300 run mark? Wide ball signalled. Titus has been good with the ball since he's come on. He's managed to just bog the Australians down slightly, as well as get a wicket in that time as he pairs up with Willie van Zyl. Two of them pulling things back. That is 4 more runs to the total. Just lent into that and cut it through the offside. There's a direct hit and a rather optimistic appeal. It looked very safe there, did Dawes. Oh, apologies, that was Papato. No, it was Dawes. That is the end of over number 39. 6 overs remaining in this innings. It is the 13th, 14th place playoff at this Over-50s Cricket World Cup. And it's been a bit of a comeback here from Namibia. They've managed to stem the flow, take a few wickets. But damage was done in the first 2 partnerships of this innings. With 6 overs remaining, I wouldn't be surprised, 7 wickets in hand. I wouldn't be surprised if they do launch, try and send a few big ones. Oh, Van Zyl will bowl out his spell. This is the final over that he has, and he's got 1 wicket for 40 runs so far. So it's just been pushed down the ground for a single. One ball remaining in the 40th. Australia just ticking over the runs. Don't think Namibia will mind the singles at this stage. So 5 singles to round out the 40th over. Just a bit of an update from one of our other fixtures. India versus Sri Lanka. And, what is, if I'm not mistaken, the 5th and 6th place playoff. Apologies, 7th and 8th place playoff. India batting first. Apologies, Sri Lanka batting first, scoring 199 all out. And that will set a target of 200 for India to chase in their 45 overs. Most of these fixtures around the country or around the province will be concluding the first innings soon. I will keep you updated as those updates come through. Slight little misfield allows them to come back for a second, moving on to 249. He's played that very late, should only get a single from it though. And the 250 run mark has been reached for Australia. 4.5 overs remaining. Can they get to that 300 run mark? They'll need an acceleration of some sorts. Got wickets in hand, so I'd be very surprised if they didn't start opening up soon. Australia doing very well to make sure that there's as few dot balls as possible. 7 runs coming off the over. Titus with 2 overs remaining. Do believe that he would probably bowl out on his end. But with Willie van Zyl completing his overs, we are going to have a change in bowling now at this commentary end. And it does look like Kenford Joseph, the Namibian opener, is having a change of ends. Started the day, bowled the very first delivery from the opposite end, but I think with Titus bowling on the other end, might as well continue from this side. So, bit of seam attack. We've seen a lot of spin today, and the seamers did struggle earlier on, so I'll be looking to Kenford Joseph for him to pull through in these final few overs. This one pulled aerially, and it's just been misjudged by the fielder. Just needed to read that better. He was in the right position and then ran in, and it ended up clearing his head. So It's a boundary to start the over, exactly what Papato would have wanted. He's moved on to 25 now. There's a big appeal that he's been given. Kenford Joseph just bowling full and straight and hitting the pad as he did try and work it around his legs. Wicket has fallen now for Namibia, or for Australia, in Namibia's favour. New man to the crease, Richard Gabb. He's got 4 overs, just under 4 overs to do some damage with the willow. He is the glove man for Australia, so should be keeping. So he will look to score a few runs at the end of this innings. As for Namibia, you're pretty chuffed that you managed to take another wicket and just limit the damage that Australia have been doing. Richard Gabb getting ready to face his first delivery. A bit of enthusiasm and chipper spirits from the Namibian side. First ball, he's rocked back and cut it into the deep. Fielders put in a good effort as they come through for a second. Richard Gabb off the mark immediately. Those 2 runs once again taken. It's been a sort of a trademark of this Australian running. They've managed to turn 1s into 2s quite regularly, and even what should be dots into singles. They've run very well between the wickets. Joseph once again tackling that pad, coming around the wicket to angle it into the left-hander. Been a rather entertaining over, to say the least. Lots happening. There's a boundary before the wicket and then 2s, and now once again hitting the pad. And it's another brilliant delivery to round out the over. So 18 deliveries remaining in the innings. 261 for 4. It's a huge swing into the leg side. Work for the fielder. It's coming around really nicely. It's a fantastic effort. Richard Gabb clearly coming in to score some quick runs for Australia. Not holding back. He's driven this one down the ground. Fielder's working again. That's a big dive put in. Fantastic effort. Wow, he's done well to get to that. Saving 2 runs there. Richard Gabb will wonder how he's not got 4 runs. This time rocking back, hitting the ball into the offside. They do settle for the 1. Titus looking like he's going to complete his spell to round out this innings for Namibia. That's a great shot, all the way for 6. It's a big one to round out the 43rd. 274 for 4. Australia working their way ever closer to the 300 run mark. 12 deliveries left in the innings. It will be Kenford Joseph to bowl the penultimate over here at this Over-50s World Cup fixture. It's been a tough innings for this Namibian side. They've had to work really hard. Australia just stamping some authority with the bat. And they've amassed a really big total here. This one's been hit straight to the fielder. Namibia won't mind a single here and there. It's a dot ball. Very welcome dot ball at this stage of the innings. Have been a fan of Kenford Joseph coming around the wicket to the left-hander. That's a great ball. Ken for Joseph. 2 dot balls in a row. Richard Gabb has been attacking from the get-go. And he's got a wicket. That's very well bowled from Ken for Joseph. What a penultimate over this has been so far. And getting the reward of a wicket as a quick little cameo from Richard Gabb comes to an end. New man to the crease for Australia, Gary Lovett. He did open the batting against Wales. Lovett will be looking to score a few quick runs. There's only 8 deliveries remaining in the innings. It's been a superb over. 1 run and 1 wicket from the first 4 deliveries. Can Ken for Joseph continue that momentum? That's a really good delivery again. As they go through for a single. Been worked. They might come back for a second here. It's good running between the wickets as that concludes the penultimate over. 4 runs coming from it as well as the wickets. Ken for Joseph is done with his job with the ball today. Next up he will be asked to do a job with a bat. Final over of the innings to be bowled now, and does look like Isidore Titus who is going to complete the 45. Reminder that it was Australia that won the toss and elected to bat first, and justifying that selection by scoring 278 for 5 with 1 over remaining. So they've done really well. As for Namibia, they've pulled it back nicely. At one stage it did look like they would most certainly concede over 300 runs, but they've pulled it back nicely in these final 10 overs. And it's another misfield out in the deep. He's just turned a 1 into 2 there, have Australia. It's another dot ball. They really won't mind dot balls. In fact, they're golden at this stage. Should just be the single. An update from one of our other games, UAE versus Canada. UAE have scored 168 all out in their 45. So Canada to come and chase 169 in the second innings. Two balls remaining. It's been very good from Namibia. Haven't conceded too many boundaries, whereas the boundaries were flowing regularly at the start of the 45. Should be leg byes and is signalled accordingly. Hit this one out into the offside and rounds out the innings with a boundary. So a big day with the bat for Australia. After 45 overs, they've amassed a total of 287 for 5, and they've really forced Namibia into a position where they're going to have to bat absolutely out of their socks. So reminder, Australia did win the toss and elected to bat, and bit of a one-sided innings there, but Namibia gaining momentum towards the back end of the innings. Namibia, a team that haven't scored over 118 so far in this tournament, have a big job to do with the bat if they would like to pull out a result. This is a match for the 13th and 14th place. A big round of applause from both sides for the batsmen and the batting efforts. It is now 1:15 at Pinelands Cricket Club. The sun is out, the clouds are scattered, so we are in for another 45 minutes of cricket. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for tuning in. Stay tuned further for the second innings. We're going to go into a 40-minute lunch break, and the umpires will be joining us out after lunch. Good afternoon and welcome back to this Over-50s Cricket World Cup fixture between Australia and Namibia. It is the playoff for the 13th and 14th place in the competition, and it is the very final innings of the competition for both of these nations. Australia winning the toss earlier and electing to bat first, and managing to amass a total of 287 for 5, and setting a target of 288 for Namibia. Namibia, who have struggled with the bat throughout the tournament, are going to have to bat extremely well if they are going to chase this down. Opening the batting here for Namibia is Tehran and Britain. It will be Tehran that faces the first ball. And then opening the bowling for Australia is left-arm Brett James. So it'll be interesting to see how things go. Australia, pretty sure, will go on the attack from the get-go. They've already put in 3 slips. So immediate intent from the get-go. And we're off. James with a bit of a loosener first up, straying down leg side. And, just conceding the wide first up. We saw in the Australian batting innings that Namibia gave away a lot of wides as well. A lot of extras. And Australia will be looking to avoid that as much as possible. Confident stride forward there. It's a beautiful day here at Pinelands Cricket Club. Sun has been out and it's not going to change anytime soon. There are no ominous clouds around, so weather won't be affecting us. There's a slight breeze going across the ground, cooler breeze. I'm sure the players won't mind being out there with this cool breeze. Brett James getting a bit of pace and bounce. He's got a bit of extra bounce on Tehran there. Didn't look 100% certain as to the shot he wanted to play, sort of dabbing his bat out at the ball. Since that first ball, James has been on the money, 4 dots in a row, playing that 5th stump line, 4th to 5th stump line. A little bit too close to the body for cutting and steering, but not straight enough to play straight. Another really good delivery. Brought him out onto the front foot. That is the end of the first over. Just the 1 wide being bowled from the first delivery, so 1 without loss. Bowler from the far end will be James Morris. very tall figure. And, we'll be looking to generate some extra bounce on this pitch. Australia going very much on the offensive here with the 3 slips and now more gully backward point fielder as well. Lots of discussion as to where the field placements need to be. It's a big appeal, probably going down leg. Saw in the previous game Namibia struggling with to deal with the swing of the Welsh bowlers. This one pulled into the leg side. Apologies, it was Australia that were playing against Wales. In the previous game, but it was against Pakistan that Namibia was struggling to deal with the swing. Well, Britain making his intentions clear from the get-go, not shy to take on the bowler when need be. He's not scared to back away and wicket it into the leg side. He's cleared the infield this time, but not connecting as well as he would have liked. They do go for the signal. That's another dot ball. Bit of extra bounce there because of that tall figure that is James Morris. End of the second over, scores 4 without loss. Wind is picking up at the ground. If you can hear any feedback on the mic. That is going to be frustrating. It's a brilliant delivery, but the umpires called a very clear no ball. So how costly will that be? Called it immediately. So Brett James beating the defences. It does also give Trevor Britton an opportunity now to launch into this for free. Umpire's having a look at that one, and he's decided that it's a legal delivery. He's completely backed away from that, exposing all three stumps. And it was always going to be a case of you miss, I hit. We got his warning earlier on in the over, and Brett James has struck early. The new man to the crease will be Dion Gous. He's coming in very early, as early as the third over. I'm not 100% sure what the thought process was in that dismissal. Batsman just completely backing away, almost onto the leg stump wide line, and missing the ball completely. Almost two identical balls, the two. One that was called a no ball and bowled him on the first delivery of the over, and then this one on the third delivery of the over. Let's see what Dion Gous can do. That's a huge shot, but very short-lived. Going down leg side possibly. Just clearing the front leg there, did Dion Gous. It's really well bowled. Brett James all over the batsman at this stage. 2 balls remaining in the over. This one's been pushed through the gap. They do go through for a single. A few runs off the bat won't hurt. At this stage, Namibia needing to just sort of settle the nerves. Won't be too confident because of all the matches earlier on in the tournament where they haven't scored too many runs. So the longer they spend, the better. That's a brilliant shot down the ground. It's a chase on for the fielders. And it hasn't reached the boundary, but they've come back for a third. That is the end of the over number 3 complete with a score at 9 for 1. Taking everything out. Sounds fair. It is Tehran now to face Morris. Morris a very tidy first over. And he started with a wild one. Straying down leg side. Had a tease at that one, just sort of hanging the bat out there, and in his shadow stroke just showing a much more aggressive cut that he was that he probably would have wanted to do, but hindsight is always a tricky one. This time he has got hold of it, and it's gone to that deep backward point fielder. They've decided to go for a second. Some good running. Not scared to hang the bat out there. It's Tehran, but there isn't anyone on the boundary, so if he does manage to pierce that gap, it's runs. Another dot ball. It's getting a firm defensive shot in there. That's a very good ball there. Morris putting a bit of back into that one. It is the end of over number 4. Score is 12 for 1. Brett James, you can believe, will be attacking the stumps here. Destroyed the furniture twice in the previous over, but one of them being a no ball and not counting. And just as we speak about the no ball, umpires stretch the arm out, and it does give Gous a free hit. Early present here in the innings for him. That one catching the inside edge. As they go through for a single. That's a brilliant delivery. Beaten him all ends up, but not managed to find the outside edge or the inside edge for that matter. He's been really targeting that fourth stump, fifth stump line when it hasn't been straight. Solidly onto the front foot from Tehran. This one's been hit in the air, but it's through the gap. Chase on here for the fielders. They've come for a second, they're considering a third, and they're going for it. Excellent running between the wickets. They come back for a third. Just caught the inside edge. Wasn't too sure where the ball had gone after it left the bat, and was having a look around to see if he was going to go for a run. Caught the outside edge. It was a chance. They do come back for a second. Just a little bit of a concern here. Maybe a rolling of the ankle. He does seem to be all right. Will be coming off just for a little bit of assistance, some medical assistance to have it checked out. That is the end of over number 6. Namibia 19 for 1. Just rebuilding after that early wicket. These two batsmen spending a bit of time putting together the start of a partnership. They want to stick around as long as possible. As for Brett James, he's in there to take wicket. He's got a huge slip cord and 4 players. And that one's gone past his chest. It's a really good delivery, some steep bounce, generating some good pace as well. That's a massive appeal and it's given. Just came forward to it, ball nipping in and rattling him on the pad. So second wicket for Australia, just as we were talking about the partnership starting to build. It does signal the end. Just a little bit sort of dropping his head there. Probably a bit disappointed. Was seeing the ball quite nicely. So Dion Gous departs and the new man coming to the crease. It's Van der Walt. Daniel van der Walt's coming in to bat now at 4 for Namibia. Team are in a bit of trouble at 19 for 2. If they do fancy their chances at chasing this down, they're going to have to stick around at the crease. And once again he's got in front. Quite possibly just going down leg side. Huge appeal. Brett James has found his line. That's caught the inside edge. It's been an eventful over so far. 1 ball remaining. And that is a wicket maiden. Score is now 19 for 2. This one's been driven very nicely. Gee, direct hit, could have been dangerous. But they did manage to get back safely to get through for a single. That's a brilliant delivery. He's beaten the outside edge. There. Morris is toiling hard here. He's beaten the outside edge a few times, so just teasing away. 3 dot balls in a row. He's gone full and straight this time, and it's another dot. Oh, once again, just too good for the batsman. Hands on head stuff for Morris. Beaten the edge. And another very good over. Just a 1 run coming from it. It's 20 for 2. Brett James to continue what's been a very exciting opening spell here. That's caught the outside edge, and what a take that is. That's a spectacular catch. Goodness me, I didn't even think he'd reach that. Have a look at that. Batsman even going up to him, and brilliant catch. Well, that one flying off the outside edge. It's a brilliant catch. And yeah, if Namibia were in trouble before, it's just getting worse. It's wicket number 3. Brett James has been fantastic. And you can see why they packed that slip cordon. So the captain, Melt van Schoor, coming to the crease now. He's been very useful with the bat throughout the tournament for his team, and he comes in at a time where they desperately need him to step up. He does have to contend with what's been a really good Brett James. He's now got 3 wickets for his 11 runs that he's conceded. Not to mention that he has taken a wicket on a no ball as well. Malt van Schoor has looked a lot more sort of composed at the crease, showing that he is more than capable with the willow. This one's cut late. Hasn't connected very well. So they only jogged through for a single. This one's flicked off the pads. And it is a dot ball. One ball remaining in the over. It's been another tidy one from Brett James. That's a brilliant stroke. He's driven that into the leg side. The chase on for the fielder as they come back for a second. So a successful one for Oz. 23 for 3. So Morris coming in for his 5th over now. He's been watching Brett James have all the fun on the other end. Sure, he'll be gunning for a wicket this over. He's been bowling very well despite not having taken a wicket. He's been definitely churning out a bit of pressure from this end. Been another tidy over, 4 dots. Oh, that's a brilliant delivery. It's just nipped in, gone between bat and pad, and squeezed through to the keeper. It's a maiden over, 10 gone, 23 for 3. Direct hit, could have been trouble as they go through for a very risky single. Wind really is starting to pick up now as the afternoon session ensues. This one driven beautifully into the covers as the fielder's just lost his footing. That's a big appeal. It's come off the pad. According to the umpire, it's another brilliant delivery from Brett James. And, although everyone appealing there from the Aussie units, they all pretty much knew what was coming there. It's not out by the umpire. It's a dot ball there. That brings to an end over number 11, 28 for 3. So it does look like Brett James might be leaving the field now after a really good opening spell from him, managing to take those 3 wickets, put his team on the front foot as we're starting to move towards the As we start moving towards the very first drinks break of the innings. Still an incredibly attacking field here from Oz. He's caught the outside edge. Still nothing, not able to pierce the gap there was Van Square. That one just seems to have stayed low. Lives to bat another day. This one flicked into the leg side. They come back for a second. Looking rather uncomfortable there is Van Square. 12 overs completed. Score is 30 for 3. Does look like the helmet is coming out now for the wicket keeper. Not even. Short leg. It does look like we have a change in bowling, obviously with Brett James leaving the field. It is now the turn of the spinners. Well, it looks like it is Stephen Gollan coming into the attack. It is the first time in the tournament that I am seeing him bowl. It's a good start there from Gollan. Now bowling to Van Square. Van Square has already spent a bit of time there at the crease. but the physio is being called now. Van der Walt just going down, and should have a slight break in play here. And it does look like that little interruption is going to bring on an early drinks. So drinks after 12.1 overs, and Namibia are 31 for 3. And we are back after that little prolonged drinks break. Van der Walt does have a runner now. That is the end of over number 13, score 31 for 3. This is the Over-50s World Cup, and we are into our final game of the tournament, or at least our final round of fixtures in the tournament. This is the battle for 13th and 14th place. Both of these sides have had underwhelming tournaments, unfortunately, and they will be happy for the experience, but I'm sure both had their sights on a few more results going their way. But both these teams looking to end the tournament off on a high. So far, Australia completely in control, having set a score of 287 for 5. As for Namibia, well, they've got a big chase on their hands. They've lost 3 early wickets. And it does look like we have a change in bowling as well. Another one of these Australian left arm seamers. Still a real stacked slip cordon. 3 slips and a gully. It's no use when you're bowling down leg side first up. It really is just bat on ball. There's no one at the fine leg region at all, so any bat that he can get. That was a dead ball. Or maybe not. Not a dead ball then, just cancelling the wide. So 2 dots to start the over. And that one's gone down. It's gone down. It's gone straight to third slip into the bread basket. And he's fumbled it. That's a drop catch. I'll be a bit disappointed with that one.
Didn't he cancel it?
This one pulled into the leg side. And they trot through for a single.
Oh, okay. Alright. He didn't cancel it.
And that is a maiden over. Really good bowling from Tim Sargent. Has generated quite a lot of speed. in the over. So score still 31 for 3. Namibia going at a run rate of 2.2 to the over, and if they are looking to chase down this rather mammoth total, it's going to take something quite special from Van der Walt and Van Schoor. Does seem rather unlikely at this stage. So the 3 batsmen convening in the middle. Yes, you heard that right, 3 batsmen. There is a runner on the field for Van der Walt, who just seemed to injure his, I think it's his hamstring that looked like it was uncomfortable. This is the 8th fixture in the tournament since the 7th of March. So games have been coming in thick and fast for these two sides. And it's no surprise that there's the odd niggle and just a overall stiffness that's running through the teams. So it is Golan to continue. Again. He's trying to sort of paddle that around the corner. Dot balls accumulating here for Australia.
Oh, another bouncer goal.
That's a full toss, driven down the ground. It is rolling away to the boundary. Chase is on for the fielder, and he does manage to get to the ball. Very slow outfield today. It's almost got a rugby field length of grass to it. It's 2 more runs to the total. There's a big appeal there, and it is the end of the over. Once again, just the 2 runs coming from it. Score is 33 for 3.
As far as we know, yes, yeah, 2 games. But if it rains, if the final tomorrow doesn't happen because of rain, they'll replay it Monday, so we'll have to play them in the final.
This one just being pushed out to that backward point fielder. They go through for a single. Tim Sargent continuing. This one just being steered out for a single.
One of the Welsh players. Weeks here waiting. Just get
Over number 16 complete. Score is 36 for 3. These two batsmen creating quite a bit of resistance. Van der Walt, 6 of 28. Van Square, 7 of 27. These Namibian batsmen in it for the long run, looking to bat out the overs if possible. As for that target that they're chasing, it seems highly unlikely at this stage. Steered this one out. They go through for another single. Solid forward defense. Namibia making Australia work hard for these wickets. Really well bowled. He's pushed that in a bit quicker. 5 dot balls to round off that over. 17 gone. 37 for 3. Required rate up at 9 to the over now. So boundary and over would be required if Namibia were to chase this down. Sargent once again. Sargent's been bowling really well. He's been on the money from the get-go. He's made sure that he's forced the Namibian batsman into playing shots. But it hasn't yielded a reward. He did catch the outside edge that flew to third slip and unfortunately was put down. And there it is. It's wicket time. I don't know if that's a form of commentator's curse that's come through, but this time it has gone through to first slip, and that is the end of that innings. So Van der Walt departs with his runner, and things looking pretty bleak at the moment for the Namibians. As for Australia, they'll be chuffed. They finally got the breakthrough. They've worked hard for this one. David Hartzenberg, the next man to the crease. He's coming to the crease at a time where there is still lots of time in the innings, so can spend a few overs at the crease before playing a few shots. He'll be joining his captain Van Schoor, who's been just as enthused about sticking around, batting out the overs. Gone and left that one alone, not tempted into playing any shots. That one's caught the inside edge. Chase is on. And they do come back for a second. Goodness me, we speak about a slip cordon. That's 6 slips, 5 slips in a gully. They do go through for a single. Is it there? Once again, finding the fielder. So, end of over number 18. Successful one for Australia. Managed to take wicket number 4. Score is 40 for 4. Golem to continue. Enthusiastic appeal from first slip. Very hopeful the umpire might raise the finger. No real use of the feet at the moment. That's the end of another over. Score 40 for 4. It'll be very interesting to hear the captain's thoughts at this stage from Namibia as to what their plan is. I do understand that it is a case of probably batting out the overs. But with it being the final match of the tournament, why wouldn't you just have a bit of a go, play a few shots? But maybe just taking some time to get in, although the captain himself has been there for 33 deliveries for his 7 runs. Tim Sargent to continue from that far end. This one's been steered out. Once again, dot ball. Dot balls accumulating here. If I'm not mistaken, that's 16 dot balls in a row. Oh, there's a miscommunication and he's fumbled the ball. But he did get it in the end. Had about 3 goes at it, did Tim Sargent. But it did lead to a run out, a disastrous run out, since there was just a slight miscommunication. And that is unfortunately the end of captain, if I'm not mistaken, van Schoor. So he spent a lot of time at the crease, did van Schoor, and it's a really unfortunate way to lose your wicket. And it is wicket number 5 for Australia. Francois Erasmus coming into bat now. And the new man to the crease, Francois Erasmus joining Hartzenberg. Hartzenberg is on strike at the moment. Since the run out did happen at the bowler's end. Driven this one out. This might run away, and it has. Goodness, that was hit so well. Just travelling across the grounds. And it was the first real shot in anger in about 10 overs. Maybe Hartzenberg has decided that he wants to have a bit of a bat, play some shots. And Golan to continue. He's been very economical. He's gone for 3 runs in his 4 overs. And I don't know about that. Is it another drop catch? This really has been an innings of missed chances. Wicket on a no ball, 2 drop catches. There's a big appeal. Umpire not interested. Francois Erasmus just looking to get some bats on ball here. Slight fumble in the field. They go through for a single. Hartzenberg now facing. Some really good fielding there to stop it just from, or just let them get through for 1. Tim Sargent to continue now, bringing that left arm seam, moving it into the batsman. Beating the outside edge. So Australia persisting with his 5 slips and a gully. You can see it's a massive cordon. Sargent yet to take a wicket, or he has taken a wicket, apologies. But he'll be looking for another one. Good line, but he'll want to induce the drive. And this one's flown over that massive cordon. And it's raced away to the boundary. That brings up 50 for Namibia. Score is 50 for 5. So they have managed to reach their first landmark. Oh, he's caught the inside edge there. Lucky to get away with that. Game is moving towards what looks like an inevitable result. But Namibia looking like they're ready to grind it out for the long haul. Who knows, we might be here till the very last ball of the innings. First goal will be to get to the next drinks break. There's still 8 overs to go with 5 wickets in hand. They'll know that the longer they can bat, the better. All for the experience and just to carry some momentum out of the tournament. Oh, it's a big swing. It's beaten everything. Just caught maybe the inside edge. It's gone down onto one knee and swept this. Slight little fumble in the field, but just keeping the runs ticking. Run rate currently at 2.25 to the over, so definitely not in a hurry. This one driven into the covers, didn't connect as well. They go through for a single. Just gonna start giving you a few updates on some other games that are on the go in the match where Canada are taking on the UAE. The UAE setting a target of 169. Canada chasing that down rather comfortably at this stage with the score at 138 for 2. And it's wicket time here at Pinelands Cricket Club. Bowled him. And as you can see, the off stump has been rattled. Bail has been removed. And that's wicket number 6 for Australia. another game that's on the go. It's India and Sri Lanka playing off for 7th and 8th. At the moment, India in trouble. 120 for 7 in their pursuit of 200 on the dot. So it looks like Sri Lanka are going to finish in that 7th spot unless India can make a miraculous recovery. Then in the game between West Indies and Wales, West Indies are currently batting and they are chasing a target of 147. They find themselves 92 for 4 after 26 overs. So that one still all to play for, and that's for the 9th or 10th spot in the tournament. Then 5th and 6th place playoff between Zimbabwe and Pakistan. It's 191 target for Pakistan, and they're doing very well in their pursuit. 156 for 2. New man at the crease, Louis Nokia. He gets a wide delivery to begin with. He comes in at number 8 for Namibia. Then for the 3rd and 4th place playoff, it is New Zealand taking on the USA. New Zealand chasing 210, are currently 98 for 2 after 22.3 overs. So tight finish setting up there. Sargent has got himself his 2nd wicket now and will be looking to continue. He's bowled very well. The captain is also backing him with that massive slip cordon that hasn't shrunk at all. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll be back as soon as that car alarm decides to just limit the amount of noise being pushed out. Oh well, there it is, we are here again. Wicket keepers now deciding to stand up to Tim Sargent, which is quite interesting. Maybe trying to trap Hartzenberg in the crease. He has tried to cramp him for space. That's the end of over number 24. The score is 55 for 6. It is the inevitable end that is approaching. Australia needing 4 wickets to win this game and solidify their place as number 13 in this tournament. It is going to continue by the looks of it. It is Brett James that's back on the field now, maybe getting ready for a few overs himself. That's a huge swing, and it's beaten the stumps. So another run off the inside edge of a Namibian bat. Huge appeal, umpires stuck him, put in a big stride forward and just beating the bat does the ball, and it is another wicket for Australia. Starting to fall apart here on Namibia. That is the end of Hartzenberg. did spend a bit of time at the crease, but didn't manage to accumulate too many runs, as has none of the Namibian batsmen. They've really struggled today, and it's not just today, it's been throughout the tournament that they've not managed to accumulate too many runs. So it's just something to go and work on, as they are still a relatively new nation to the cricketing world, and they've made some great strides, not just in veterans cricket but in your normal ICC cricket as well. So wonderful experience, and great to have them as a part of this tournament, and I have absolutely no doubt that they will improve as time goes on. The more exposure to international cricket, the better for these veterans. It's been a wonderful advert for veterans cricket, this Over-50s World Cup. There's been some really competitive stuff, some high quality, high octane cricket, and that's with bat, ball and in the field. "56 for 7, Golan to continue." Just driven this one down the ground straight to the fielder. That is a successful over for Australia, taking their 7th. They needed 3 wickets to win. Score is 56 for 7. That's been hit straight back at the bowler, and I don't know if that's dropped short or if he's dropped it, but Nokia gets a lifeline. This one going into the leg side. Alexander Horn just getting a bit of bat on ball. Driven that one again. Doesn't look like he's too shy to play a shot. wind picking up once again at the ground. It's been up and down throughout the day, but as the day goes on, it's just gust after gust, and it is sort of coming to an end, this tournament. It's not finishing up at a resounding speed here. It's been relatively slow innings. Run scoring has been rather scarce from this Namibian batting unit. Alexander Horn on strike at the moment. Golan going for 8 runs in his 7 overs. And that's a great shot. That'll ruin the figures. There's 4 more runs to the total. Are we in for a big finish here? And there's a big appeal. Not too sure about that. Definitely didn't think that was out. That's a huge appeal. Oh, I'd want to know what's wrong with that. Probably going down leg. Your guess is as good as mine. Bit of excitement this over for Australia. Bit of a misfield, but doesn't lead to anything. 4 dot balls in a row. Final ball of the over. And a misfield allows them to go through for a single. They consider the second and they do come back. Oh, it's frustration. As a bowler, you don't want to see that. And there is also a short run, everything happening. So just 1 run coming from the final delivery. Score is 63 for 7 now after 27 overs. So 18 overs remaining for Namibia to bat out. Sergeant to continue. This one's been steered past the gully fielder as they're coming back for a second again. A little bit more intent from these 2 batsmen. Scores moved on to 66 for 7. One ball remaining in the 28th. That's a full and wide delivery to bring to an end 28th over. It is 66 for 7. There's a huge swing at this one. It's gone high up in the air. And he's reeled it in just before the boundary rope. It's a big appeal once again as it hits the front pad, but not out. This one worked out into the leg side once again, but they've only settled for one. It's surprising, there were 2 runs to get. This one flicked into the leg side again. They do go through for the single. Namibia creating a bit of resistance here, trying to bat out as long as they can. Big swing, work for the fielder to do, but he's not going to reach that. 4 runs. Nokia doing a bit of work here. He's moved on to, or apparently that was Horn. Horn moving on to 12 of 31. Apologies, was Nokia that had hit that. This is Sergeant into his final over now. This one driven into the covers. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, that is the drinks break at the 30 over mark. Namibia surviving. They've been doing a stellar job of taking this game as long and far and deep as possible, as they haven't been particularly aggressive. So, as the players take some drinks, so will we. We'll be back for the rest of this production. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, we are ready for the final session of this Cricket World Cup for these two over 50 sides. It is Namibia taking on Australia. Namibia putting up a stellar fight here with the score at 80 for 7. We do have a change in bowling now, and it is Jaffer coming into bowl now. Not 100% sure about the pronunciation, if it's Jaffer. Score is now 81. Just tossing that one up slightly, getting Horn interested. It's another wide ball. Jaffa struggling. End of over number 31. The score is 82 for 7. We do find ourselves at Pinelands Cricket Club here in Cape Town. Cape Town being the host of this tournament, and it's been great that we have managed to get to this part of the tournament, because the 2020 edition, which was also held here in Cape Town, was cut short by the COVID-19 pandemic. So 3 years on, and we're preparing for the final, which is happening at Newlands Cricket Ground tomorrow, in which South Africa are taking on England. England managing to get past USA in the semi-final, and South Africa managing to beat New Zealand. Does seem to be there's a change in bowling now that Sargent has completed his 9. Got 2 wickets for 21 runs. Pakistan have managed to beat Zimbabwe for that 5th place spot in the tournament, so Zimbabwe will now be ranked 6th in the tournament. A good tournament for them. Pakistan came back very nicely and got a few big results, managing to beat the likes of finalists England. It was a really tough group that they were put in, and they had to play against the likes of South Africa, England, India. So a heavyweight group that they had to fight through to get to that 5th place. There's Lyth Dawes that's bowling now. Really tidy over there from Gary Lovett as the score. This one going down leg side. A bit slow to get going there was Louis Nokia. And that is a wide as well. So 2 more runs to the total. Reminder that the top score that they've scored in the tournament is 118. So there is a chance of them chasing that down and just getting a personal best. That was against South Africa, so it'll be a real positive if they can at least equal that score against Australia. Jaffer to continue. And that's been fumbled. Unbelievable. That went straight to him into the breadbasket and he's managed to put it down. A little bit of frustration for the Australians. And that's hit him on the back leg. Not out, given by the umpire. He's played that really late. Love it to continue. Been impressed with Namibia surviving so long. They've had their defenses up and look, there have been a few chances, but they're staying solid. And that's gone to the car corner boundary. As they go through for a second, just managing to trot along, keep the runs ticking over. Nokia, a bit more of an aggressor, 13 of 20. Oh, this one connected very well. That's racing away to the boundary. That's a bit of a freebie. It's a full toss on the legs and he's managed to sweep that. Four more runs to Nokia's name. It's another dot ball there. One ball remaining in the over. That is the end of Lovett's second over. He's gone for 7 runs in those 2 overs. Namibia inching closer to that 3-figure mark, now moving into the 90s. It's 92 for 7. 11 overs remaining in the innings. 3 wickets left for Australia to get. Push this one nicely backward of point, and managing to turn the strike over. Alexander Horn has also spent a lot of time at the crease. 11 runs to his name, but 38 deliveries that he's faced. It's gone very full. Jaffa continuing. This one flicked with power into the leg side. All the way for 4. Alexander Horn decided he wants to join in on the action. This partnership now going up to 42. So, geez, partnership of 42. It's been great stuff from the two batsmen. They've gritted it out. Oh. This one driven down the ground. Fielder's got some work to do. They just settle for the 1. 10 overs remaining in the innings. The score is 99 for 7. Just a bit of an update from one of the other games. It is India versus Sri Lanka. Sri Lanka have won by 52 runs. So a comfortable win in the end for Sri Lanka. Love it, continuing. This one being hit to the fielder, but he's missed it. Chase is on. And they come through for a second. That's 100 up for Namibia. This one swung into the leg side. Chase is on for the fielder. He does come around. Just straying down leg here. Namibia getting closer and closer to their top score in this tournament. This has been swung, it's up in the air, has to be, and it's taken. What a wonderful partnership of 47 from these two batsmen. They've grinded it out. It has been partly lucky, but I tell you what, you generate your own luck. So 47 runs between the two of them to create a firm resistance from their end. But it is wicket number 8 now. And the new man to the crease is Kenford Joseph. So Australia getting closer and closer to that victory. They're just needing the 2 wickets now. Just a slight little discussion in the middle as it stands. Not too sure what that was about. Just the 1 ball remaining in the 36th for Kenford Joseph to face. .36 gone. The score is 103 for 8. This one's been flicked out to the car corner boundary. Just leant back and tried to cut that, but missed it. Kenford Joseph, I'm sure, going to play a few shots. No need to stick around. He's gone for that one down leg side. There's a bit of an appeal from the bowler and wicketkeeper. It's been hit down the ground now. Chase on for the fielder. As they do come back for a second. A big throw might have put him in trouble. So managing to keep the scoreboard ticking there is Kenford Joseph. Oh, he's tried to flick that and it's come off the pad. Should be a leg bye. I know, just the byes. So fumbled by the wicketkeeper. It is the end of the over. The score is now 107 for 8. And it's wicket time. Big appeal. And the umpire has given it. One more wicket needed. Kenford Joseph departs after a very brief 2 of 8 deliveries. So there is just the 1 wicket left for Australia to take. They fought hard, have Namibia, but to no avail. New man to the crease will be Willie van Zyl. Did a very good job with the ball. It did create a few problems for the Australian batsman, made life uncomfortable. Now his job is with the bat, and with that being the 9th wicket, this tournament is drawing to a close for Australia and Namibia. Score 107 for 9. Still 7.5 overs, well 7.4 overs remaining. Will be a real tough ask for these two batsmen to bat completely through. They'd have to do very well to do so. As for Gary Lovett, he's managed to get his 2nd wicket, so he'll be very chuffed getting on in the wickets column. Full toss has been driven at the fielder. That one cut to the point fielder, standing a bit further out. He's a bit deeper than a conventional point, just outside the ring, almost 3/4. Over number 38 complete. 107 for 9. Bowlers tried to get a foot to that, but nothing doing. Dot ball. Let's try to drive that one. Caught the outside half of the bat, and it's just trickled away. That's a full toss, and he got away with that one, did Jaffa. Horn will feel he missed out. Full toss on leg side. Cut really nice, and they do go through for a single. Pierced the gap there, did Alexander Horn. Haven't seen too much of that so far, but he's gone along nicely. He's moved on to 21 now. He's picked this one up on the leg side. Ball's racing away, and fielder manages to catch up to the ball, and they've gone through for a single. $109 for 9 after 38. There's Willie van Zyl facing. Let's try to pick that one up on leg side again, but missed it. It's hit him on the pad. Van Zyl just struggling to get bats on ball here. Nothing like a full toss to help you out. That one's going to run away. That's gone to the boundary. 4 more runs. Alexander Horn giving it horns at the end of this innings. It's really good work from his side. Moved on to 25 and having a good showing for himself. Swung this out into the leg side. It's not going to reach the fielder. Oh, it did. It's gone into his hands. And that has wrapped things up. That is the end of it. Australia have beaten Namibia. And they've done so rather convincingly. They've done so by 174 runs. And that brings to an end the Over-50s Cricket World Cup for these two nations. Australia finishing in 13th position and Namibia finishing in 14th. Well, when all is said and done, it is cricket that is the winner, and these two teams have been hosted in a fantastic city. That is the city of Cape Town. The weather has played along for the most part, as all 55 games have at least had a few overs played. So all that stands, or all that's left, is the final tomorrow at Newlands Cricket Ground. In that final, it will be South Africa taking on England for the Over-50s World Cup trophy and title. As for me, thank you so much for joining us on this broadcast, and we hope you enjoy the rest of your day. The official result of the day is that Australia have beaten Namibia by 174 runs.